tiger. One's an optimist who says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, that's a big deal. You lost a few $1 billion of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health. And stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital or all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this that he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors and being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed and often observed by other people who know you well and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing billboard cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else that's no longer unique, then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like, I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000, unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills, and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement, It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have two founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's a magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's gonna snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic in the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer, and I think wrote the first version of Oracle and was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell.
Correct.
And usually the building is the thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling, and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So, for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long-term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job. And it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and, frankly, more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like, for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good. But when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. They're essentially, there is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines and business class. Study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in a Periscope that was, you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was, reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this, I don't even have in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people, it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Nice. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivate, you cannot lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this? What's that? Why is this? Who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need the ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important, because macroeconomics is a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you are adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to distract from them completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen at 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it. or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case study, that's a classic example. They study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. I've learned that tit for tat, iterated prisoner's dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games, and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running the retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments at the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I would use to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory, and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump,
or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world because he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team. And absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. So you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product. This person is responsible for the messaging. This person is responsible for raising money. This person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time, if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like, example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruined the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. So last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie. I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it, because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and their delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effect business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets.
They could start probably. Vi could start probably at just most of
Welcome back to What You Will Learn. My name is Adam Ashton.
And my name is Adam Jones. Today we're taking you through the best bits of the cold start problem by Andrew Chen, using network effects to scale your product.
You might have heard of the term network effects in maybe business class or maybe some hotshot in the office is spruiking it, trying to sound smart. But I guess beyond the basic definitions that you might read in the textbook or on Investopedia or something, that very few people know how network effects really work. And even more importantly, nobody knows how they can actively create them rather than just accidentally stumbling upon them.
Yeah, it's a little buzzword, I think, for startups and entrepreneurs.
Hi, I'm James Riney. Welcome to the Coal Capital Podcast. This show is about startups and technology with a focus on Japan and Asia.
Hi, I'm Ken. Today's guest is Andrew Chen. Andrew is a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, where he invests in games, AR.
Hello and welcome to the Machine Learning Podcast, the podcast about going from idea to delivery with machine learning. Cretabase is a low-code ML platform without low-code limits. Built
these marketplace companies are always in a world where we're trying to balance the needs of one side versus the other. All the things that people complain to me about with Uber was always like, well, why can't I pay $0, have the driver wait for me for an hour until I'm ready to go outside? And then when I get outside and I sit in the car, I want them to like have like, you know, lemon infused like iced water for me ready. And it's like, yeah, but like you're not the actual customer. Like the driver is the actual customer of the business. And we need to make sure that they're very happy about that too. Because what they're telling us is why can't we charge customers $100 and if they cancel, they get charged $1,000. And by the way, we should be able to show up however late we want. And by the way, if there's a customer that's close to us, we want to pick them up and just cancel the order, right? It's like, you know, you're trying to balance the two sides. And so I think my question with anything that feels like it's too good of a deal is it favoring one side of the network versus the other in such a way that it hurts the long-term prospects of the business?
What is up, you beautiful bastards? It is your boy, Batman, aka Rabbi Can't Lose, aka Noah Kagan. In today's episode, I talked to my very good friend, Andrew Chen. Now, this is actually a private, behind-the-scenes conversation of a talk he gave at my company, appsumo.com. Now, if you don't know Andrew, he's a general partner at A16Z. He's invested in Substack, Clubhouse, and a bunch of other companies, including AppSumo. He has a new book out called The Cold Start Problem. He helped me grow AppSumo to where it is today. The book is dropping December 7th. I highly recommend you check it out. The book has a bunch of great examples about how to get a company started when you got nothing. Check it out, coldstart.com. Highly recommend it. In this conversation, you'll learn 3 gigantic things. Number 1, how billion-dollar tech companies were started using network effects. Number 2, the algorithm you can use to find good investments or white. And 3, why it's important for startup founders to be a little bit crazy. Enjoy those 3 things, plus a bunch more ear nuggets along the way. Before we dive into the show, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. I know you are, so just hit the fast forward button. But if you're not, it's youtube.com/okdork. We put out 1 to 3 amazing videos each week to help you on your business journey. That's youtube.com/okdork. Also, a special pre-show shout out to listener Breath Aliento. What a dope-ass screen name. They left a review saying, learning so much here. The juicy ear nuggets are actually great information. Very enjoyable podcast. You're a very enjoyable listener. And thank every other one of you gorgeous listeners. If you want to shout out in a future episode, leave a review wherever you listen to the show. I check every single one of them. I'll keep it quick, but in 2003, I interned at Microsoft, and I went to this barbecue in Redmond, because you want to go for the internship. I meet this guy, Andrew. He graduated college at 17 with a mathematics degree from UW. So it turns out he was a child prodigy, and so I befriended him at this random barbecue in Washington because I decided I would write a book about how to create a child prodigy for Asian parents. You know, and it was we started talking about it and how to, because I'm from an Asian family.
And I was like, I'm not participating in this. But it was very entertaining. It was
fun to connect with you on that. And then Andrew went on to create a BitTorrent search engine, sold that for a bunch of money to BitTorrent very early. Then he went to go be a part of MDV, More David Out Ventures. One of my first businesses was with Andrew. He had the idea for a site where you could host videos online and watch them.
This was 2000.
That was 2004. You came up with that idea?
Yeah.
So that became YouTube. You guys have heard of YouTube. We built it incorrectly on BitTorrent instead of.
Yeah, it was built on BitTorrent.
Then he went on to raise money from a bunch of super famous people: Mitch Kapoor, Mark Andreessen, and he ran a startup. That was after doing like EIR work at MDB. Then he went on to be a senior director at Uber. And basically got recruited from everyone to come help them with their growth initiatives. He's really strong at strategy and analytics. The parallels at AppSumo in 2010, I was like, hey, I'm gonna do this AppSumo thing. Do you wanna like check it out? And so Andrew's the reason we changed from bundles to deals. We used to do all these bundles, and then Andrew ran some models. And he's the only investor we've ever had. He put $100,000 in because one of your companies sold to Skype.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yep.
One of his companies sold to Skype. He started Reforge.com. It's the #1 for people that are looking to advance their skills. I think Chelsea has actually gone to that. And then now he's a big timer at A16Z. I think Andrew, I would say, is one of the top 5, if not top 3 reasons AppSumo is where it is today. In terms of the strategy, he's on our board. In terms of the advice he gives to me, to Eamon, to Chad. So really appreciate him. And he has a new book out. Every one of you is going to get it, called The Cold Start. Andrew, you want to give like the 60-second pitch on The Cold Start, and then we'll jump into some of the questions?
Yeah, for sure. One of the big things that I've been working on over the last 3 years has been to write a new book that really collects some of the knowledge and what I perceive to be one of the core secrets of Silicon Valley and why this region has built some of the largest companies, tech companies, on the planet. what I did for the book was I interviewed a ton of CEOs. I interviewed the CEO of Zoom, of Twitch, of Reddit, of Tinder, of Slack, many of the products that we use every day. What I learned from that was there are all these themes and things that, that all of these, some of the most valuable companies in the world that all share. And they all share with a lot of the secrets that I learned at Uber as well, that I felt like it was time for me to collect and bring to the world. And the core theory of the book is to talk about network effects and the network effects that ultimately power all of these amazing multi-billion-dollar companies. And also, frankly, the core network effect that is at the heart of AppSumo as well. And so Noah, maybe we should talk about that today also. But first, what is a network effect and how is it actually relevant? Well, the first and most important thing with network effects is it is a style of product that the more users that are on the product, the more useful it becomes over time. And so that becomes a really important concept because imagine Instagram with no users. Would you use it? No. Even if it had all the same features, all the same, functionality, the same photo filters, everything. If the users that you're interested in, your friends and family and celebrities and influencers, if they don't use the product, you actually have zero interest in using it. And that's true, not just for Instagram, but that's true for Slack, that's true for Tinder. Would you use Tinder if no one's on it or if the right people aren't on it? No, you don't want to use it, and on and on and on. And so what I end up talking about in the book is the core thing that all of these products share is, first it describes this style of product. Products that work and function as a result fundamentally of other people being on the product. And this is true for marketplace companies, AppSumo being an example of this. It happens for social products like Clubhouse, like Reddit, like Twitch, like Facebook. It happens for collaboration tools. You're not going to use Asana if none of your coworkers use it. You're not going to use Dropbox if none of your coworkers use it. And many, many other kinds of product categories. And so what I lay out in the book is the idea that at the very beginning of this style of product, if you're a founder and you're trying to start one of these things, you basically have to solve what I call the cold start problem in it, which is to go from zero all the way to a critical mass point, enough that enough people are using it all together that the product is actually useful. And so I describe, and maybe we can get into a bunch of this later, all the techniques and different ideas for how you solve the cold start problem. And by the way, AppSumo has a wonderful, backstory of how this happened and one of the reasons why I ended up, getting involved in the early days. And then the rest of the book talks about, well, once you have this, how do you actually scale these network effects? What happens when you're a bigger company and, what ends up happening as you become, a more mature network? How do you compete? I talk a lot about working at Uber and how we would spend every week brainstorming about how we were going to kill Lyft and, when that was easy and when that ended up being really hard. And so that's sort of the core, framework of the book. And Noah, we can get into a lot of the details, but I know you and I talked about this book many, many, many times.
Yeah,
Andrew, it was quite a journey.
It was. I definitely heard you complain about writing for the past 3 years. But I've also read some snippets and it's phenomenal.
Thank you.
What's the AppSumo cold start and what did you observe that relates to material you researched?
Well, I think first we need to basically stand back and say, well, what is the core network effect of AppSumo? And Noah, this is the way I would describe it, and you tell me if you agree with me on it, which is the companies that are putting their software products on AppSumo would not be interested in AppSumo if there were no email subscribers. And at the same time, the email subscribers would not subscribe to AppSumo unless the right products that they want are on AppSumo. And so in that way, that is a two-sided network effect in the same way that Airbnb is guests won't want to, rent on Airbnb unless the right properties are on there. The properties don't want to be on there unless the guests are there, right? It's sort of it's what's described as a two-sided, network. Do you agree with that description, and how do you think about that?
Yeah, I would agree. If we had a deal and no one to buy it, don't really have much of a business.
Yeah, and when we sell deals, we probably tell them hey, this is how many email subscribers we have. This is how much revenue we can generate for you. Here's the history of it, right? To try to demonstrate that the demand side is there. And then same thing for the demand side. We actually tell the buyers, here's all the kinds of products that we have. So that core thing is there. So the question is, if you were to try to start AppSumo today, how would you start it, right? It would actually be hard because you would somehow need to get your hands on hundreds of thousands of email subscribers, or you would need to get your hands on, I forget how many deals there are these days, but thousands of deals, right? and that would be hard to create. And so there is a cold start problem at the beginning of AppSumo. And Noah, do you tell the story to your team very often, like how you got the email list in the first place? Because I think it's central to the story.
Please.
What I remember was you and I were talking to each other on the phone, and you were in Europe, I think, when we had this first chat. You were going from conference to conference, and you needed to solve the cold start problem, for this idea that you had. And I think you didn't even know that this is what you were doing, but you were following it almost intuitively. And what you do is you go to the conference and say, hey, all of you software vendors that are exhibiting at the conference, let's actually get discount codes and put you all onto a bundle together. And then you guys can blast the bundle out to all of your customers and attendees of the conference. But I felt like the biggest move, Noah, that you made was you got to keep emails at the end. That's how I remember it, but you tell me if that's right.
The first deal where we did validation, I think we've told the story a lot, it was with Imgur, and I worked backwards from Reddit, and I took out like Chris Slow, the CTO, and they gave us free traffic. But how we actually solved the cold start problem was working backwards from like who has audiences, and then the bundles is really the way that no one would be de-incentivized to promote. Like if you go to MailChimp, which we got in the beginning, they can just email out their own discount. But when we did the bundle strategy, it was like, well, you guys are all promoted, you're all part of the thing together, so they didn't mind promoting it collectively. I think the thing specifically, so that was where a lot of our original traffic and audience came from. The second piece, which you're talking about, is interesting. Actually, we're recruiting someone from this, which is crazy. It's the Lean Startup. It was from the South by Southwest 2011 conference. That was really what put AppSumo on the map. Where this actually like blew my mind. Like we promoted. I can't tell you how many billion-dollar businesses.
Wait, but no, I'm not misremembering, right? Like there was a whole conference bundle thing that you put.
Yeah, so that's the South by Southwest Lean Startup, where we had basically.
Describe what you did there.
A lot of it was like we did it in small practice, where we did like the productivity bundle. We did the one in Europe where I was at was the designer bundle. So we had like Typekit and like all these really cool companies, and then they were all incentivized to promote each other. And we gave them the marketing material. The conference one was we got Eric Ries, who's technically an advisor to AppSumo. We're like, yo, can you help us promote a bundle? And so then we just got it lined up. I mean, the biggest companies of the day, and now I can't tell you how many, probably a good amount of them are billion-dollar businesses. And then each of those companies promoted the hell out of it. And then we did capture the audience. Then I think that's where we started getting two major things really realized for us. One, get more email addresses. So I think that's where we went crazy to go from like, how do we get, I think it was like 500,000 emails.
Let me rewind a little bit. To pop up one level, Noah, on kind of the cold start problem, is basically like every single one of these products needs to solve, needs to get a critical mass of users together at the same time. And so in the book, I call this the atomic network, right? Like what is a stable, sort of number of users that you can get all together all at the same time? And if you can get that one network together, it's stable and you can perpetuate it. In the Zoom case, for example, I interviewed Eric Blunt about this. He says that Zoom, really, you can use it with two people. And you can just keep using it with two people over and over and over again. So he views the atomic network as being two people. Slack, Stuart Butterfield says that the smallest network that you can have that's still functional is 3 people. And I think of that as a really nice way to think about that. Versus, if you talk to the Airbnb people, what they'll tell you is that you actually need 300 listings in a city, of which 100 of them are reviewed, in order to create enough inventory for Airbnb to be functional, right? And of course, Airbnb, similar to early AppSumo, also actually did all of their initial work at South by Southwest, right? South by Southwest is like this crazy, critical. Twitter was also launched at South by Southwest. Like Highlight was also, launched by South by Southwest. Okay, yes, yeah. AppSumo is the cold start solution. I totally agree. I think that's right. For a lot of companies, AppSumo might be a way to get there. And so I think what ends up happening is when you examine a lot of these stories, it's all about getting that critical mass. This is also why, by the way, a lot of social networks, start at colleges and high schools, right? Because you basically need Snapchat to start at a high school and grow within a high school, like get a certain amount of density, and it'll take over the high school, and then off you go. And same thing with, Tinder, by the way. In the early days of Tinder, I interviewed Sean Rad, who is one of the co-founders for the book, and he's become a friend. And one of the things that he and I would talk about is early on in Tinder, they basically would just invite all their friends off of their address book. And you can imagine how that goes. Like, hey, you're single, you need a dating app. That's like almost like an insult, that's like, that's like not a cool way to, to get your product going. However, what they ended up doing was they actually threw a party at USC, a birthday party at USC, and they sponsored the party, and they made it amazing. They put all this branding, and they put this like bouncer in front of the party, and they basically said, look, in order to go to this incredibly sick party, you need to download this app and show your Tinder profile filled out in order to actually have access to the party. And so they ended up getting 500 of the, folks from the USC Greek system all to download Tinder on the same day at the same time. And then, they went to the party and it was fine and they didn't interact with the app. But the next morning you pull up the app and you're like, oh wow, here's all these people that I wish I had talked to. And then, from there, they were actually able to then, grow Tinder out of that original group of, users. And so I think that there's all these really interesting kind of growth hacks that people use to get the first set. And then, to your point, after that, you need to figure out how to accelerate past, just being able to, and this is why I call it an atomic network, because if you can build one atomic network and you can build a second atomic network, which is what Noah showed, right? Like Noah showed that you could go to one conference and build the productivity bundle, you could go to a second conference and build the design bundle. Well, if you know how to build 1 and 2 and 3, you probably know how to build 10. You probably know how to build 100. You probably know how to build enough of these networks that individually you can take over the market. And a lot of the subsequent work past, I think, the second or third year of AppSumo was just trying to scale something that has been working since the early days when you built it, Noah.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting with the cold start stuff, where noticing that like the bundles is where we could actually do a lot of promotion without having to spend a lot of money. And then eventually you actually ran the analysis and we're like, hey, why don't you just do individual deals? And then we really focused on individual emails and we were able to do ads and other things about that. What other cool stats or stories did you learn or surprised about? Like the Airbnb 300 listings things, I've never heard that before. Any other observations or surprises in either the start or in the scale?
I think with all of these, what you find is that the early beginning history of many of these companies is extremely idiosyncratic. Like it's just like weird sets of accidents that kind of like, get you there. I mean, you guys may know the product Twitch, which is now, doing over, $1 billion in revenue, and it's, a part of Amazon. It was sold for $1 billion to Amazon. Noah and I knew these guys back like 15 years ago. I mean, these guys, it was originally called Justin TV. It was literally a guy with a hat with a camera on it, and he'd wear a backpack, and he basically just like live cast his life, and he'd just like walk around and just like live cast his life, and he was like a normal dude. Like he was, he'd like go on dates, like whenever he'd go to the bathroom, he'd like live cast, he'd like point his hat up, and then he'd just go to the bathroom. Like that was like real shit, that was happening. And that was Justin TV. And the idea that you could basically build a product started with Justin TV, and then the atomic network there was basically Justin as the creator, and then a bunch of like nerds as the viewers. That was the atomic network. Then he was able to go from that to a world where there was multiple people streaming at the same time. That was the next level. And then the next level after that was he ended up basically figuring out how to scale it by, bringing the product all the way down to really focus on gamers and game streamers. And that's what, ultimately powered and built, Twitch. And, that's a really interesting example of like how that started. I talk about Slack in the book, which we now all think of as a B2B, like enterprise product. Like, did you guys know that Slack was originally built as a multi-user, like massively multiplayer, like browser video game? And you had these characters, and it was like, if you read the backstory, it's like crazy. If you search for glitch, trailer on YouTube, that's the place to watch it. Maybe we can send out the link later. The way that the game worked was, you were on the heads of these like giants, and the giants were like the size of planets, and they had all these crazy names for each of the giants, and it was very cartoony, and you could like walk around and you'd learn these skills that were like, underwater basket weaving and like, skinning, whatever things, and like all this like crazy weird stuff. And that was the whole concept of, of the thing. And he hired 70 people and raised tens of millions of dollars, and it completely bombed after 4 years. It completely bombed. And he fired everybody. They went all the way down to, I think, 6 or 7 employees. And they were like, well, let's just take the chat app that we've been using, to run this like game and turn it into like Slack, and off you go, right? And so what you find is that the beginnings of these products are very idiosyncratic, but then after they actually get going, they share a lot of commonality, because then Slack was like, well, how do I get my friends, they signed up like 4 or 5 like startups to use Slack, the very beta version, and they could tell that it was sticky and people were starting to use it. Okay, well, guess what? That's the atomic network for Slack. It turns out like 3-4 people inside of a company using Slack together will make it sticky. And so then the question is, well, first, how do you just make more of those? And then second, how do you grow these 3-4 person teams into potentially hundreds of people, in the company using it? And so that became the next phase of Slack, to scale their networks as opposed to simply creating them. In the same way, Noah, that you're talking about, we started with all the conference bundles and building the atomic networks there. Then how do you reach the scale point where you're trying to scale your network effects?
Yeah, we did the conferences, but we also did very targeted work back plans. So we did Y Combinator, and I bundled all the Y Combinator products, and then I bundled all the popular design products, and then basically working backwards from where the audience was made it easy. One thing I'm curious, so Emma commented about a dating app. I am curious, if I were to launch, someone in the team wants to launch a dating app, how do you think you'd approach it now that after you've done all this research and studying it?
Building the first dating app is very different than building the 500th dating app in the market, right? So they're very different things. And so what you have to do if you're building a brand new dating app or a brand new social network or a brand new B2B product is you have to basically say, what are the incumbents doing and where are they strong and where are they weak? And this is an important idea because I think of every network as a network of networks, right? And it's very easy to think about this from the Uber standpoint. There is no single one Uber network. Uber's network is actually made up of individual cities: San Francisco, Austin, New York, LA. And even if you look at a network like LA is actually, 5 different networks. There's East LA, there's West LA, there's, in the hills, there's in the valley, there's, Bay Area, same thing. There's different parts of it. And so what ends up happening is, Craigslist is also like this. And I'll use Craigslist as a great example here, which is Craigslist is not one network. Craigslist is every city has a Craigslist, and then every subcategory, Craigslist has hundreds of subcategories. The jobs section of Craigslist is its own network. The thing to remember is you don't have to compete. Airbnb does not have to compete against Craigslist. Airbnb has to compete against the subsection of shared rooms within Craigslist. And they can build an amazing product just to target this one sub-network. They can attack where the incumbent is weak, right? So Noah, going back to your original question of how do you go up against Tinder, I think you basically have to ask, if Tinder is a network of networks, where is Tinder weak? Right? And you could make a bunch of arguments. You could say, well, maybe Tinder is really, really strong in certain westernized worlds, but maybe they're not super strong in certain geographies. And so maybe you'd have a geographic play. Or if you don't want to do that, you might say, well, Tinder is really, really good at sort of a little bit, it's very mainstream. It's a little bit casual dating. Maybe you would go more serious dating, or maybe you'd go more upscale, or maybe you'd go more you'd go older. Tinder is also a world where it's very visual. It's very fun. Maybe you would figure out okay, what is the network of networks of Tinder, and is there a world where you would go a little bit narrower as a result, or maybe you'd go into communities. Maybe, this is, by the way, a really interesting thing, which is that when one of these networks gets very large and it gets very diffuse, it actually reopens the ability for somebody to build a new college dating app. You might be able to do that now. And know that, for example, oh yeah, I'm dating somebody that is from UT or whatever it is, and maybe that's important to you. And so I think there's a lot that is always, yeah, exactly, unbundling of networks. There's a famous saying that all of business is unbundling and bundling, and that's all there is. And so I think we go through these cycles where, for looking at any of these products, we can always be asking okay, are we in a phase of bundling or are we in a phase of unbundling?
Yeah, that's interesting. We've been doing internet since 2004. What year are we in? So 17 years. But I think what I'm curious for you, and I think would be helpful for a lot of people here, is how have you sustained, and then how have you thought about your career path? Because that's something that, as the company's grown, I think a lot of people have their own, career stories, and I'm curious how you've thought about it. Because I loved your path. It was college prodigy, and then child prodigy, and then, it's an interesting path.
I think the main thing that I've tried to do first and foremost is, to surround myself with people that I can learn from, and in particular learn from in areas where I have a direction that I'm trying to go. And I think half the battle is often just about defining where you want to go and being aspirational about it. And so I'm in kind of a period of my life right now where I feel very stable in my career currently, which is great. But I'm also trying to push myself, and the way I'm trying to push myself, Noah and I have spent a lot of time talking about this kind of more in our personal life, but I'm trying to drive the convergence of technology and entertainment. And part of my interest in that is, with Clubhouse, and Substack, and a bunch of these companies, just seeing, kind of the next generation of TikTokers and YouTube and all this other stuff that, more and more is happening. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to spend a lot more time in LA. I'm trying to, spend a lot of time with people that are living at the intersection of the two worlds. I may be in year 2 of like what is maybe a 5 to 10 year arc in my career, hopefully. And, versus I felt like the last 10 years of my career have been an arc towards kind of pursuing, excellence kind of in the technology, realm, entirely, and sort of trying to upgrade my understanding of my networks and everything. And the book is kind of like, is sort of the culmination of like, 10 years of work in the tech sector. And so in the next one, what I want to do is, so I'm basically trying to figure out how to organize all the ecosystem in LA and drive convergence with San Francisco and the two industries. So I do a lot of that. And then, I used to be very, very independent and not ask anybody for advice. And then I think over time, I've kind of just, found a small group of people that I enjoy getting their opinions about everything in life and work. Noah is one of them, which is why I've enjoyed our friendship over the years. And I like to think that I do the same for you, Noah, in all this. And so I think that's kind of the most important thing is, look, there's going to be new situations, new jobs, new opportunities, new things all the time. But it's really the kind of collective group of people around you that really can give you that. And so what I try to do is I try to cultivate, mentors and peers. And I try to constantly think about how do I, what's the right lineup of, 5 people, kind of half dozen people around me that I can go to. I love this, Noah and I have talked about this a bunch, which is like, how you're the average of the 5 people, right? And so, being very cognizant of that and like how you spend your time with the people around you and making sure that you want to average, are you going to average up or down on the things that you want in terms of how you use your time and the relationships that you're building? And then balancing that obviously with, kind of obviously like long-term relationships with people that you just care about as well. Noah, how would you answer this question for yourself?
You made me reflect. Remember when you were in MDV, like even in college, you had that mentor? I think he was the partner at the firm.
Yeah. I've had a mentor named Bill Gossman for, I guess it's been like 20 years now. He started a company in the late 90s. I met him when he was in his, I guess, like when he was 40-ish. And he sold the company for $500 million in the dot-com bubble. And he was kind of my work. I always think of him as my work dad. My dad was he was a PhD. He's like an academic, right? And so he doesn't know anything about business. And so whenever I actually had any work-related things, he was really my, Bill Gossman has always been my long-term, mentor and friend for all these things. And we've kept in touch and we talk almost every week still after 20 years. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I always admire. I remember the one day, this was a crazy story where like Andrew's startup, everyone like quit one day. I think, Chad, we were working together and I was like, dude, that's nuts. And then your perseverance was really inspiring, that you were like not giving up and you still kept going. That's definitely always stuck with me. I was like, everyone else doing, let's not have a day where we'll leave, obviously. But the fact that you were just like, I'm never going to give up. And then, that is interesting. I never really reflected, but I think
by the way, actually what happened there was kind of funny. I think we actually fired the whole team, half the team, the whole team, something like that. But yeah, we lost half the team that day, and we probably didn't have to in retrospect. That was just an experience. I think I was like 20. I was a 25-year-old CEO. That's the kind of shit that gets pulled when you're a kid.
I think the other thing that I feel very fortunate is that I was able to be in Silicon Valley. You hinted at it, but I think it's really important is that like, and this is a question I think about pretty often, is like, how do you know what excellence looks like, right? And I think you know what excellence looks like in food because you try a bunch of different dishes. And I think the same is with like our relationship. I was, it's like, oh wow, this guy's really interesting, and that's why we've stayed friends really long. And besides interesting, we look out for each other. And so I think just being mindful in your career is like, hey, am I around in a company or externally people that are inspiring or seem excellent? And I think the other thing that you've done really well is, I think this was always your plan all along. Like I've known you a very long time. You were always like really great at the investing and strategy, and like I think for everyone, in our company, it's like, where do you want to go, and then like how are you lining up your own story, your narrative, right? Like you wanted operational experience, and then I mean you were very intentional. You're like, I'm either going to go to Dropbox and be a big deal there, or Uber and be a big deal, and that's going to lead me to go to one of the top VC firms. And I think that's something for all of us to be like. It wasn't accidental that you're now at the top firm investing in the top company.
Okay.
There's a great book called Algorithms to Live By. One of the chapters formalizes something that I kind of intuitively would try to do, which is there's a thing called the optimal stopping problem, which is basically the idea that like in a world where you need to pick something, right? Let's say you want to buy a house, right? Or you got to examine a bunch of, companies.
Financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate, and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk. And then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it and more capital on it and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money, but there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, and so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. And that even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They worked with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission, insane as it seems. That's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack. Everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class at this thing, and you recruit somebody else with that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they are often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in a local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. And he said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, And then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand. But at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and then you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data. You don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams' systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading you their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glitch. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody, and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite, they're finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, you know, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but I just, when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love, these things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that. That's what How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. And that's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweetstorm that is very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line. They have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company. But this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economists, academics, when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards a long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally
about doing themselves. Refer. Okay, let me see. Vague, property. Sign. Go here. Road property. Refer. Again, I don't know, give me a haze. Okay, they wrote the sign. That's all. Construction, vague, enter, refrain. Okay. The road sign points left. The sign on the right side, please refrain from suck. The sign on the wall side, please refrain from smoke. The sign on the gate side, private property. The sign on the gate. The sign on the gate sign private property admit. Admittance. Permission to enter a place. 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 Permission to enter. Permission to enter a place. Permission, no, admit. Your motto. Permission, reopen. If I place your business. Reopen whereby if a place or business reopens or is reopened, it began to operate, or it becomes open for people to use after being closed for a period of time. The person has reopened after almost 2 years. Reconstruction. Reopen. Yeah, you're right. If a formal process or activity. 就是这样。If a formal process or activity opens or roll open, okay. Reopen. He hung a sign on the door of this store that it said it would open at 11. A movement of body that gives information or instruction. instruction. Instruction is something that someone tells you to do. Order. Order. Okay, order. Unit. Order. I have order. I'm order. Okay. Order. Have order. I have order. Something that someone, or instruct something that someone tells you to do. Something or an instruction. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late, and she wanted to leave. Hamid gave a sign to his boyfriend. To his boyfriend to stop talking. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements other than spoken words. Used by and people who cannot hear. They hear children in the family learns the many taught. The one taught. The many taught. What the meaning of this? The one taught. Sign. Body movement. The one side. Taught. Nani taught. Nanny job. Instruction. Something that someone tells you to do. Language. Boyfriend to stop. She pointed.东西提供给你1分，然后东西，She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late, and 然后一下明白了，一下知道。 use the hand and body movements rather than spoken words. Spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear. They refer to her children in the family and do not understand the nanny job, a person whose job is to take care of a particular family children. A person whose job is to take care of a particular family children. Nanny, real restaurant. Nanny job. Nanny, the person whose job is to take care of a particular family children. Oh, nanny was nanny tat. We did nanny tat. Nanny tat. To give someone knowledge or to train someone, to instruct. Something shows that something else exists or might happen or exist in the future. Inability. Lack of ability to do something. Inability to use a computer is a serious disability. Lack of ability to do something. Inability to use a computer is a serious disadvantage when you are applying for job. But lack of ability to do something. Inability. Inability to handle. Ability. Lack of ability to do something. Handle. Handle. A part of object designed for hand moving or carry kind of to situation is sure sign to weakness. The fact or state not being strong or powerful. The fact or state or not being strong. The fact or state of not being strong or powerful any change policy will be interpreted as a sign of weakness, defect, or state of not being strong or powerful. Defect, weakness. The fact of state of not being strong or powerful. Weakness. The fact or state of not being strong or powerful. Weakness. Any change of a participle interpreted as a sign of weakness. A sign of weakness. Sign either sure. Sign of something shows that something exists, or might happen, or exist in the future. The fact union. Okay. The fact that the fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. I'm searching for my height, but there are no sign improvement. Improvement. Worst. Bad. Of the lowest quality, or the most unpleasant, difficult, worse. worst of the lowest quality. Of the lowest quality or the most unpleasant, difficult, or severe. Of the lowest quality, worst, the most unpleasant, difficult, or severe. Worst. Bad. Of the lowest quality, the most worst. Of the lowest quality. Of the lowest quality. Level quality. Standard. The lowest quality. Of the lowest quality, or the most unpleasant, difficult, or severe. The worst. Relation. Yeah, right. Yeah, frightened. Standard quality, never of 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 quality. As a standard, the written or printed mark that has a standard mathematic mathematic relating to relating to mathematic, relating to mathematic, relating to mathematic, relating to mathematics, mathematical equation problem, calculation. Mathematical equation problem, calculation. Relating to mathematics. Relating to mathematics. A mathematic form a mathematical equation. Mathematics relating to mathematics. Mathematic. Oh, to mathematic. Okay, that's mathematic. Mathematical sign. A written or printed mark that is a standard is the same for British pound. 我是怎么好吃？ Pound. This standard unit of the pound. The standard unit of money used in the UK and some other countries. Pound. Money. Pound. Clip. Weakness. Clip. Fast. A small object usually made of metal or plastic, used for fastening things together or holding them in position. A paper clip. The words were fastened together with a plastic. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. A small object usually made of metal or plastic, used for fastening things together or holding them in place. A small object usually made of metal or plastic, used for fastening things together or holding them in place. A small object usually made of metal or plastic, used for fastening things together or holding them in place. Small object usually fasten. Knip. Fasten. Small object. Fasten. A device or window, door, box, or keeping closed. Are you crazy? fast, fast. 啊，我好多 fast, 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 fasten, a button, zipper, or other device for temporary join together the part of things such as clothes. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. Used for fastening things together. Furniture materials. Designs. Hello. What do you look? That's what you need in the method. First, I hold it there, you police or paper here. Meaning, that's 经验。是可以持续循环。A paper hair tie clip. Small object. Metal. Plastic, an artificial substance that can be shaped only softer into many different forms and has many different uses. A part A shade. A part A. A part A sheet plastic. A part A sheet plastic over a正起来有点动。 不会让光反射这种。He put a sheet of plastic substance. The first one is plastic. Plastic. Shit. Substance is an artificial substance that can be shaped when soft into many different forms and has many different uses. Plastic. An art substance. An article. Fast mental clap. Oh, I know. Some usually made of metal or plastic, used for fastening things. The fastening things. Fasten.
Fastener. Fastening. 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 Fastening.
Fasten. Things together or holding them in position, a paper or tight. Go, jeez. Time. Fastening. Fastening time. To fasten together two ends of a piece of string or other non-thin material, or to hold together with a non-thin piece of string material. Could you tie fasten, tie, clip, tie. To fasten together two ends of a piece of string or other non-thin material, or to close to other with
Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation at the end of the day is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have three friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote. Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week, you're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you'll suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee cost $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what it's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is a price that is worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there is an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution and return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare people into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's just a framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. But if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. You know, Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in your short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs to do. And in many cases, they're way overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, and innovation and knowledge that normally come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them and learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn an apprenticeship and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista in a coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them in your basic service and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them, who have founder mentality. That's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position, you just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment. That'll come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. And these are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later. Judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook and I have a good head for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems, taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There are a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined with a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills.
Time. Where? The where. Time. Where? Clip. Listen. 我不是不想装，是没能力装的。Clip. Fasten. Where mental thread just where fast or fasten together fast or plastic clip with the wire was fastened together with a plastic clip. They were plastic. The wire were fastened together with a plastic clip. Fasten TV program graduate. Current. Graduate. Slowly over a period of time or a distance, gradually she realized that he wanted to tell her the truth. The bank sloped gradually down to the river. Small object usually made a mental counter gradually. Bonnets, content, gradually, slowly over a period of time or distance, gradually, slowly over a period of time or distance, content, about, content, or whole a content that is a fast is a gun. The content hold to have something inside as fastening is to a gun from which bolts go into the gun to be fired. To have something inside or include something as a part. As a part. You want something? To have something inside or include something as a part. How much liquid do you think that this bottle contains? And as to a file containing another important documents, trying to avoid food which contain or not fight. The allegations contained in this report are very serious. But net content. This is container. To have something inside or include something as a part. Container. Okay, a container that is the container that is a fastened antenna that is a fastened to a gun from which bolts. 现在因为哪项 from which bolts go into the gun to be fired. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. Make it neat. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge needs a clip. Needs. Teddy with everything in its place. With everything in its place. Tidy with everything in its place. With everything in its place. Neat. Neat. Tidy, do everything in its place. Your house is always so neat. How do you manage? Neat. Tidy, with everything in its place. With everything in its place. Okay, the act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge. Business, a line of bushes, or some. A line of bushes or small tree plant were close together, especially along the edge of garden, field, or road. Private edge. Bush, edit. Why, man? Not neat. Neat. Lessons. Stay up. Neat. Hedge, a line of bushes or small trees plant. A line of bushes or small trees plant were close together, especially along the edge of the garden, field, or around private. Or a way of protecting control or limits. energy. Just smooth. The hedge needs plant trees. Plants. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge needs to cut something with scissors. Clip. Scissors, a device used for cutting materials such as paper, clothes, and hair, consisting of two sharp blades that are joined in the middle, and to handle with holes to put your fingers through, and to put your fingers through. Scissors. Written to connect the scissors. Need to like scissors. Hate. Scissors. To cut something with scissors or the small sharp tool. Sharp tool. Having a thin edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. Scissors. Sharp. Deafness. Okay. Sharp, having a thin edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. A cup with a sharp edge, sharp teeth. The point of this pencil isn't sharp enough. Tidy, ordered. To have everything ordered and arranged. Okay. And arranged in the right place. Or like to keep things like this. Or like to keep things like this. The house was clean and tidy. Tidier. Tidy. Before Have you ever seen ordered and arranged? Ordered. Have you ever seen ordered? Carefully arranged, or controlled. Carefully arranged or controlled. Carefully arranged. Carefully arranged or controlled. Carefully arranged or controlled. Carefully arranged or order. Request. May I have your order? Can I take your order now? Said the waiter. Request. Can I take your order now? Said the waiter. Request to make supply ordinary food or goods. A product or a meal that has been asked for by customer. I got a email saying that the order has been shipped. I would like to please not arrangement. The way in which people or things are arranged, either in relation one another, or according a particular character, or according order. Ordered, arranged, or counter. Request, and a request to make supply. Ordinary food or goods. Ordinary food. 有点没有告诉，有一个是叫什么告诉？就是说，说头看着还有，不过，我可以把它。这是有的。你说是？等你们去，等你们过的，结果没有，所以很惊奇。A request to make war supply ordinary food or goods， 所以这些没有对不起。5%，这个是你们什么你们不具备10年，那这个东西，但是我有条件，你在哪里？这个月底，所以你就，对你们讲，To cut something with scissors or a similar sharp tool, especially to make it tidier. I'm going to clip the edge this weekend. The guard came to clip my train ticket. clip. I'm always clipping receive. 这是我告诉。receive. 我这里的这个，这是怎么看？receive. Clip. I'm always clipping. I'm always clipping out the magazine. Receipt of magazine. I'm always receiving. Always stepping out of magazine. Just magazine. Clipping something out. Clipping something. Hit. We should do something. Press the head. Clip something. Engage with the shape movements. What this mean? Cut. To cut something. The act to cut. Hit. The act of cutting something. Hit. Cut. Hit. Hit. Hair clipped. Do something with the short part. They good. I'm good. Cut something. I'm always clipping. Mags out of magazine. I always clipping out of magazine. Clipping out of magazine. Clipping. Always clipping. Clip something out of something. I'm always clipping. Cut. To hit something. Or someone with a short shape movement, they clip H. Age. Outer point. The outer were farthest. The outer were farthest point. Clip. Tire. Age. Tire. They began to feel as if you have no energy and want to rest or go to sleep, or to make someone feel this way. To begin to feel as if you have no energy. To begin to feel as if you have no energy and want to rest or go to sleep, or to make someone feel this way. Or to make someone this way. To begin to feel as if you have no energy, and want to rest or go to sleep, or to make someone feel this way. She's been needing throughout the race, but it now look as if she turned. To begin to feel as if you have no energy. To begin to feel as if you have no energy and want to rest or go to sleep, or to make someone feel this way. To begin to feel as if you have no energy, and want to rest or go to sleep, tired, or to make someone feel this way. She's been needing throughout the race, now look like as if she's tired. With his front tire. As if you no energy. What this should be needing. And now you looks like what it now looks like often filled with air. Okay. He clipped to hit something or someone with a short front. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. Curb. Words. I'm tired. Curb. To counter or limit to something that is not wanted. To counter or limit something that is not wanted. The government should counter or limit something that is not wanted. Curb. Curb. To counter or limit something. They clipped the edge with his front tire. Not edge. Counter. A limit on something that is not wrong. That is a limit on something that is not wanted. You need to try to put a curb on your bad temper spending. Age. They raise age around the side of the street often forming part of a path for people to walk on. Okay. Curling game played on ice in which special flight roadstone curling or sand watermark curling game played on ice in which special flight. What are we now? Depressed. To cause someone to feel unhappy and without hope. The weather depressed. To cause someone to feel unhappy or without hope. The weather depressed me. Verb. To cause someone to feel unhappy or and without. The weather depresses. Doesn't it depress you? Listen to the news these days. Depressed. The weather depresses. Depressed. Doesn't it depress you? Listen to the news this day. It depresses me to think that I'll probably still do exactly the same job in 10 years' time. Verb reduce. To reduce the value of something, especially money. A surplus of corn has helped depress the grain market. Grain prices. The surplus of corn has helped depress the grains market. Grain prices. They rise in the value of the dollar has depressed the company's earning profit this year. Profits this year to reduce their amount of activity.还有3页吗？KPI 把它做完吧，大概。This is clear. Right. Advantage. Right.今天早上是这个书。对。那就 OK 的。Depressed. Let me see. Advantage. Crap. Advantage. Definite. Definite. Fixed, certain, or clear. Fixed, certain. The data is not definite. She's very definite. Clear, certain, fixed. We need a definite answer to what means definite. She's with definite.
Which come and go, but even those tend to have very long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something was a good rough proxy for what kind of output you were going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time. Or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company, or at least make the numbers for the quarters. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who was responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing enough, where you're kind of a cog in the machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered to some person who's working within the organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization, but you may be hidden behind a screen. And that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant, because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. Realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. You stick your neck out, you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrificed, and even attacked. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to end up very thick-skinned over time. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And the flip side of this is that once you get some specific knowledge, one way to scale it is to start training apprentices that you can then outsource some of your tasks to.
For example, I made a bunch of good investments and I figured out a little bit here and there about the venture business. And I could keep doing that. I could keep just investing as an investor. But instead, I co-founded this project called Spearhead, where we train up-and-coming young founders to also become angel and venture investors, and we give them a checkbook. It's an apprenticeship model. They come to us with specific deals that they're looking at, and we help them think through every unique situation. And we basically apprentice them under us to learn the venture business, and it's much more scalable. We have classes and talks where we have tell them what we know, and then there are office hours when they actually bring in the deals and they talk to us about specific deals.
Yes.
And it turns out the classes and talks are largely worthless. You can give all the generic advice you could give in about an hour, and then after that, all the additional advice is so circumstantial that essentially cancels to zero if you try to give it in some top-down fashion. But the office hours are incredibly useful. It just reinforces that this is one of those skills that can only be learned on the job. And when you find a skill that can only be learned on the job by doing it, that is a good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge. Another good indicator when you're dealing with specific knowledge is when you ask the person who's doing it, what do you do every day? And they can't give you a straight answer, or it's something along the lines of, well, every day is different based on what's going on. That's a good indicator you're learning specific knowledge. The thing is so complicated and it's so dependent upon circumstances that it can't be boiled down to a textbook form or communicated by a make-money consultant.
The mafia figured out this apprenticeship model a long time ago. The best way to end up running one of the families was to become the driver for the don of one of the families.
It's a complicated business. Tony Soprano said, I'm a businessman who has to enforce my own contracts. Very complicated business.
You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. You know Naval from his Twitter account. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life, people who want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it.
Okay.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory.
Hey, this is Nivi. You're listening to the Naval podcast. This is one giant megasode that collects every episode we've done on getting rich. All of it based on his tweet storm of how to get rich without getting lucky. I've collected them all here because we're going to switch topics to the new topic of happiness on the next episode. We've published one of these giant megasodes before, but this one's even bigger. It's about 3.5 hours long. It covers all the tweets from the How to Get Rich tweet storm, plus all the Q&A that we did after that, plus 10 minutes of bonus material at the very end that we've never released. The overall sound quality of this megasode improves a lot after the first hour. You can find a link to a clean transcript in the show notes, or if you go to the website, nav.al. There's no .com at the end. I hope you enjoy.
You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life, people do want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that with the robots that's cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in the Gulf Stream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent, it is competitive. It's a positive-sum game, but there are competitive elements to it because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be, it is trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really, money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that, they realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil, you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, which is a status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive-sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive-sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything on their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else. And they're trying to look like a goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game.
One thing you mentioned before the interview that stuck with me was the idea that you think everyone can become rich, and that perhaps some of the ways of getting rich or the idea of wealth is vilified by some people in other countries. Say, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money is the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along with things with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitical organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money. It's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting on caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses. We'd have machine-driven hospitals. We'd have self-driving cars. We'd have farms that are 100% automated. We'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals where you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you'd go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy. Everybody can be retired. Everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's a game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And in the process to destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level, which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Anyone can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make billions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young in the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country. Look at Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy. And you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies. I'm not talking about crony capitalism. I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small-scale exchange between humans that's voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, if a group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy and we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on luck. A lot of people think making money is about luck. It's not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. I like to think that if I lost all my money and if you dropped me on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5 to 10 years, I'd be wealthy again. Right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you got lucky. So we want to factor luck out of it. There's really 4 kinds of luck that we were talking about. This came from a book. Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is like blind luck, where I just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. That's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things, lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. A third way is that you just become very good at spotting luck. So if you are very skilled in a field, you will notice when a lucky break happens in that field when other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge and work. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave it to chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties and I did have an education. So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. The first little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like Adinad, Ilacertus, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire, so you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you can wake up when you want, you can sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom, and especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears, and the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society, that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck, there's the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of the treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post. I think it will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place, so everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and the one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes." Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone, you will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Next, you go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even at one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of medical device or a procedure or a process where they have intellectual property. So essentially you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called "How to Create Wealth." It's just "How to Get Rich" was a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you're going to be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you. You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So if you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't come to the hours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match to your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, this is later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where You could do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing, or not quite as good, or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever, can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected to an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hand and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of the profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are 2 tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one I was talking about free.
Okay. Okay. For example, this time by the roadwork side, just no construction. Reflection, construction. Vehicle. This time by the roadworks and slowly constructing vehicles entering construction vehicles entering. Designed by the roadworks system. Okay. Designed by the roadwork. Yes, no. Roadwork. Okay, the road sign point left. The road sign point left. The road sign point left. Points. The road sign points left. The road sign points left. The road sign points left. This sign on the wall. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall said. Please refrain from smoke. Please refrain from smoking. The sign on the wall said, please refrain from smoke. Please refrain from smoke. Please refrain from smoke. The road sign points. The road sign points left. The sign on the wall said, please refrain from smoke. The sign on the wall said, please refrain from smoke. Refrain. Please refrain. Please avoid doing something or stop. Avoid doing or stop yourself from doing something. Okay. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall said, please refrain smoke. This sign on the wall said, please refrain from smoking. This sign on the wall said, please refrain from smoking. Prevent from smoking. This sign on the wall said. This sign on the wall said. Please refrain. This sign on the wall said. Please refrain from smoking. Please refrain from smoking. This sign on the gate said. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance. No admittance. This sign on the gate said. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance. No admittance. No admittance. No admittance. Private to enter the place. No admittance. Sign private. Admittance. Notice. Their sign on their gate said. Private property. No admit. The sign on the gate said. This sign on the gate said. Private property. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance. This sign on the gate said. Private property. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance. This sign on the gate said. Private property. This sign on the gate said. Private property. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance.有房产没有电视，给6个不同。今天有什么？今天有什么？This sign on the gate said. This sign on the gate. Private property. This sign on the gate said. Private property. No admittance. This sign on the gate The sign on the gate said, "Private property. No admittance. No admittance. No admittance." He hung a sign. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would it that he hung a sign. He hung a sign. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would roll open at 11. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would roll open at 11. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign of this store. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would roll open at 11. That's it. Okay. They hung. He hung a sign. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would roll open at 11. Okay. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door. Okay, he hung a sign on the door of the. Okay, he hung a sign on the door of this store that would say that's it. They hung a sign on the door. They hung a sign on the door. They hung a sign on the door of this. They hung a sign on the door of this store of this store that said this store that said it would reopen at 11. It would reopen at 11. Okay. He hung a sign on the door. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would reopen at 11. Go. He hung a sign on the door of this store that said it would reopen at 11. hung a sign on the door of the store that said it would reopen at 11. A movement, body movement, a movement of the body, a movement of the body, a movement of the body that gives the information or an instruction, a movement of the body that gives information or an instruction a movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. Body movement. A movement of the body that gives the information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. What do you have this? A movement of the body, a movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. A movement of the body that gives information or an instruction. As a sign that instruction. Something that someone tells you what. Something that or an instruction. A movement of body that gives information. Body movement. Some word information to make quest uses the hand and body movement. His sign. A movement of body that gives information and gives as a sign that she pointed to her watch. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late, and she wanted to leave. She wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late. It was getting late, and she wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late, and she wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late, and she wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her eyes. She pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch She pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. She pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. As a sign that she pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late. She pointed to her watch. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. As a sign that she pointed to suppose. She pointed to her watch. She pointed. Okay. She pointed to her watch and they said that. She pointed to her. I pointed to my watch. I pointed to the watch as a sign that. She pointed to her watch as a sign that. He pointed to him watch. His watch. He pointed to his watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. Okay, and she pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late. She pointed to her watch as a sign that it was getting late and she wanted to leave. Make a sound. She made a sign to his boyfriend. She made a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. She gave a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. She gave a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. Okay. She gave a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. Okay, make a sign. She make a she said Make sign to make sign. Make a sign. She make a sign to. She make a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. She made a sign to his boyfriend to stop talking. A language that uses hand. Use hand. Uses hand. Uses. 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 A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses hand. 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 A language that uses hand, force, and body movements. A language that uses hand. 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 A language that uses a language that uses hand. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, force, and body movements rather than spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses language that uses hand, a 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 language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear. And body movements rather than spoken words. And body movements rather than spoken words. And body movements rather than and body movements and body movements rather than spoken words and body movements rather than spoken words and body movements rather than spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear, used by Used by and to people who cannot hear. Used by and to used by and to people. Used by and to people who cannot hear. Used by and to people and used by and not used by and to people who cannot hear. Used by and to people who cannot hear. Used by and to people who cannot hear. By and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses a language that uses hand. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, face. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses hand, face. A language that uses hand, face. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. Okay. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words. And body movements rather than spoken words, and body movements. And body movements rather than spoken, and body movements. Okay. And body movements rather than spoken words, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses words. Okay, uses a language that uses hand or by face. Okay, a language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used to by and people who cannot hear. Used by and people. Okay. By and to people who cannot hear. Okay. A language that uses hand. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. You the by and to people who cannot hear. A language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words, used by and to people who cannot hear. Who cannot? What do you mean that? I didn't do that. So it's a little bit. That's it. Sound good. You made us boyfriend to talk. Language that we used face, but you're the bad people. So it's not so funny. It's not so funny. Okay. Use hand. Use hand. Language that uses hand. Okay. Uses hand. Spoken words used. Okay, language that uses hand, face, and body movements rather than spoken words used by and to people who cannot hear. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family. 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 The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in this family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family. The hearing children in the family. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all the sign. All learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. Okay, mistake. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. What meaning of this? The hearing children in the family all learn the hearing children in the family learn the sign. The hearing children in the family all learn the sign. Body movement, learn the sign. All learn the sign. All learn the sign. All learn the sign. All learn the sign. Nancy, nanny. The nanny taught. The nanny taught. nanny taught him sign language, so he spoke in sign. Okay, the nanny taught him. The nanny taught him sign language. The nanny taught him sign language, so he spoke in sign. He spoke in sign. The nanny taught him sign language, so he spoke in sign. So he spoke. The nanny taught him sign language, so he spoke in sign. The nanny taught him sign language. The nanny taught him sign language, so he spoke in sign. Okay. The Heron children in the family are the Heron children in the family all learn the sign. The Heron children in the family all learn the sign. The Heron children in the family all learn the sign. The Heron children in the family all learn the sign. The Heron children in the family all learn the sign. Something showing that something else exists. Something showing that something exists. Something showing that something that exists. Something showing that something exists. Something showing that something else exists, or might happen, or exist in the future, or might happen, or exist in the future. Something showing that something else exists or exists. Okay, something showing that something else exists or might happen, or exist in the future. Something showing that something exists. Something showing that something else exists or might happen or exist in the future. Something showing that something exists. Something showing that something else exists or might happen or exists in the future. Something showing that something exists. Something showing that something else exists or might happen or exists in the future. Sign up. Something showing that something exists or might happen or exists in the future. Okay. Has inability has inability to handle his inability to handle the situation. The situation is a sure sign of weakness. His inability. His inability, like how his inability handle the situation. His is sign of his inability. His inability handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of weakness. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of weakness. His inability to handle the situation. 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 His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of weakness. His inability to assign. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of a weakness. Is a sure sign of weakness. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of a weakness. Is a sure sign. 你知道什么字可以讲吗？21岁，9年了。你才知道，这不是损失惨重，损失惨重的俄语说明，这是全军覆没。His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation. His inability to handle the situation is a sure sign of weakness. Is a sure sign of weakness. The fact that he's eating more is a sign. The fact showing that something else exists or might happen or exists in the future. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more the fact that he's eating more the fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. In fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. The fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's eating more, showing that something exists, happen. In the future, his ability to handle situation is a sure sign of weakness. Showing the fact that he's eating more is a sign that he's feeling better. He's feeling better. Is a sign that. The next step, a fact that is showing that something exists, or might happen or exists in the future. I'm searching. I think I really know. No sign of. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I can't find it. I've searched for my hat. But there's no sign of anywhere. But there's no sign. This may right. there, there, here. But there's no sign of drones. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat. But there's no sign of it anywhere. I can't find it. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I can't find it. But there's no sign of it anywhere. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. But there's okay. 有时候觉得很成熟，有时候觉得你有想好。I've searched for my hat. But there's no sign of it anywhere. Sign of life. There was no sign. There's sign of life. There was no sign of life in the building. There was no sign of life in the building. Sign of life. No sign. There was no sign of life. There was no signs. There was there was no sign of life in the building. Sign of life. There was no sign of life in the building. Sign of life in the building. There seemed to be no one in it. 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 No one in it. There seemed no one in it. There seemed to be no one in it. There was no sign of life in the building. There seemed to be no one in it. Show a sign of business work. Showing a sign. Business work at school has shown sign of improvement this year. Improvement. On occasion, when something getting better, when you make it better. Business work at school has shown business work at school. Business improvement. Occasion when something gets better, or when you make it better, or when you make it better. Improvement. Business work. Business work. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown signs. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown. Business work at school. 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 Business work at school has shown. Business work at school has shown. Business work at school. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown. Business work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. Signs of improvement this year. Business work at school has shown. Business work at school has shown improvement. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown sign improvement this year. Has shown signs. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown signs. Business work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. Has shown this. Rinani taught him his son. Showing a sign of what is this? Work at school. Business work at school has shown of improvement this year. Business work at school. Business work at school has shown. Business work at school has shown sign of improvement this year. Improvement this year. Business work at school. Business work at school has improved. Business work at school has shown of sign improvement this year. Improvement of them. Business work at school has shown sign. Business work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. There is every sign that the worst is over. There is every sign that the worst is over. 其实，如果 There is every sign that the worst is over. 结束吧。There is every sign that the worst is over. 其实也就很难。There is every sign that the worst is over. There is every sign that the worst is over. There is every sign that the worst is over. There is every sign that the worst is over. There is every sign that 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 the worst is over. There is every sign that the worst is over. Worst is over. Bad situation. Bad situation. There is every sign that the worst is over. All the signs. 不知道是不是 I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that. But I'm going to know. Candle. Because all the signs are he's not going to take the position. He's not going to take this. All the signs are he's not going to take the position. He is not going to take the position. All the signs are he's not going to take the position. Going to take the position. All the signs are he's not going to take the position. He's not going to take the position. He's not going to take the position. All the signs are he's not going to take the position. Take. He's not going to take the position. All the signs are he is not going to take the position. He is not going to take the position. A writing or printed mark that has a standard meaning. Okay, a writing or printed mark. A writing or printed mark that has a standard meaning. That has a standard meaning. A writing or printed mark. That has a standard meaning. A writing or printed mark. A writing or printed mark that has a standard meaning. A writing or printed mark. A writing or printed mark that has a standard meaning. A writing A rectangle printed mark. A rectangle printed mark that has a standard meaning. Mark. A red printed mark that has a standard meaning. Then mark that has a standard meaning. A red was printed mark that has a standard meaning. Our mathematic sign. Our mathematic sign. Our mathematic sign. Our mathematical science. Our mathematical science. Our mathematical science. Pound is a sign for the British pound. Pound is a sign for the British sign. Pound is a sign for the British sign. For the British pound. Our mathematical science. A pound is the sign. Pound is a sign for the British. Our mathematical sign. Our mathematical science. Pound is the sign. 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 Pound is the sign for the British sign. For the British pound. For the sign. Pound is the sign for the pound is the sign for the British pound. Science. Differences. be fascinating. think clip. A small object usually. Small object usually. Okay. Clip. A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. A small object usually made of metal. A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. Used for fastening things together. Used for fastening things together or holding them in position. Used for fastening. Used for fastening things together or holding them in position. Used for fastening things together. Used for fastening things together or holding them position. Holding them in position. Used for fastening things together. Used for fastening together or holding them in position. Holding them in position. Clap. Fastening. Fastening things together. Okay. Used for fastening things together. A small object usually made metal or plastic used for fastening together or holding them in position. Used for fastening things. A small object usually made of metal or plastic. Metal plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. A paper clip. A paper clip. A tie clip. A paper clip. A paper clip. Fastening. A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. A hair clip. A hair clip. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. What meaning of this? The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. Fastened. The wires were fastened. They were fastened. They were fastened together with a plastic clip. With a plastic clip. With a plastic clip. With the wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together and fastened together. The wires were fastened together. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened. The wires were fastened together with a plastic. The wires were fastened together. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. A short part, a movie, television program. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie or television program. A short part. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie or television program. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie or television program. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie. A short part of a movie of a television program. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen a clip. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen a clip. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen clip from the movie. Speed. Clip from. I've seen a clip from the movie. I've seen a clip from the movie at a fast. Listen to that. Okay. At a fast. Good clip. At a fast clip. At a good clip. fast. We set off at a good clip. 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 We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowly down. But we gradually slowed down. But we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip. We set off at a good clip. But we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip. We set off at a good clip. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. Fast. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. We set off at a good clip, but we gradually slowed down. A container that is fastened. A container that is fastened to a gun. A container that is fastened. A container that is fastened to a gun. 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 From which bullets go into the gun to be fired. From which bullets go into the gun. From which bullets go into the gun to be fired. From which go into the gun. From which bullets go in. From which bullets go into the gun to be fired. From which bullet? A container that is fastened to a gun. That is fastened. A container that is fastened to a gun. A container that is fastened to a gun. A container fastened that is to a container that is fastened to a gun. A container that is fastened to a gun. From which bullets go into the gun to be fired. A container that is fastened. A container that is fastened to be a container fastened. A container that is fastened. Okay, a container that is fastened. 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 A container that is fastened to a gun from which bullets go into the gun to be fired. A container that is fastened. A container that is fastened to a gun from which bullets go into the gun to be fired. A container that is fastened to the gun. From which bullets go into the gun to be fired. From which go into the gun to be fired. Noun, cut. Gun part. Gun part. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something. 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 The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting. The act of cutting. The act of cutting. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something in order to neat. The act of cutting something. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something. The act of cutting something. The act of cutting. The act of cutting something that in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. The act of cutting something that the act of cutting something in order to make it neat. In order to make it neat. The act of cutting something in order to make it neat. In order to make it neat. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge needs clip. The hedge needs a clip. The hedge needs a clip. Cut. To cut. Cutting. Clip. To cut something with the scissors. To cut something with the scissors. To cut something with scissors. To cut something with scissors or a similar sharp tool. Or a similar sharp tool. To cut something with the scissors. To cut something with scissors or a snap or a similar shape tool. To cut something with scissors. To cut something with the 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 scissors or a similar shape tool. Or a similar shape tool. Or a similar shape tool. To cut something with the scissors. To cut something with the scissors. To cut something with the scissors. To To cut something with scissors. To cut something with scissors with a to cut something with scissors. To cut something with scissors. To cut something with scissors or a similar tool or a similar sharp tool. Sharp tool. To cut something with scissors. To cut something with scissors or a sharp tool or a similar sharp tool. To cut something with the scissors or a similar sharp tool or a similar sharp tool. To cut something with the scissors or a similar sharp tool. Especially to make it tighter. Neat. What's其实挺大的。Tidier. Especially to make it tidier. Tidier. To cut something with a scissors. To cut something with the scissors or a similar sharp tool, especially make it tidier, especially to make it tidier. To act something with the scissors. Okay, to act something. To cut something with scissors or a similar sharp tool, especially to make it tidier. That's the snack. Let's take it. You may walk. Let's take. You may move that.它就很难去做，大家呢？ especially to make it tidier. I'm going to clip the hedge this weekend. 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 I'm going to clip this. I'm going to clip the hedge this weekend. I'm going to clip the hedge this weekend. I'm going to clip the hedge this weekend. The guard came to clip. The guard came to clip. In ordered, carefully arranged to count. Carefully arranged to count. Order, request, arrangement. Person who protects guard. A person work group of people whose job is to protect. 这什么？我才说错了。现在说什么？A person or group of 现在A person or group of people. Yes. A person or a group of people whose job is to protect a person. A person or a group of people whose job is to protect a person, place. Person or group of rare. Guard. 安保 person protect. Person who protect. Okay. The guard came to clip my train ticket. 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 Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it to show. Make a hole in it to show that it had been used. that it had been used. Make it whole in it. Make it whole in it to show. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it to show. Make a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show that it had used. That it had been used. Make a hole in it to show that it has been used. That it had been used. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it to show. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. Clip something out of something. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been used. The guard came to collect my train ticket. Make it a hole in it to show that it had been. The guard came to collect my train. The guard came to collect my train ticket. Clip something. Oh. Clip. Train. Oh. Yeah, I know that. Clip something out of something. Clip something out of something. Clip something out of something. I'm always clip recipe. I'm always clipping recipients out of magazines. I'm always clipping recipes. Clip something out of something. 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 I'm always clipping receipts. I'm always clipping out of magazines. I'm always clipping receipts. I'm always clipping receipts out of magazines. Clipping something out of something. Clipping something out of something. I'm always clipping receipts. I'm always clipping. I'm always clipping receipts. I'm always clipping receipts out of the magazines. Out of magazine. Recipe. I'm always clipping recipes out of the magazines. I'm always clipping receipts out of magazines. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. Okay, hit. To hit something or someone with a short movement. With a short, sharp movement. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. Yeah. He clipped the edge. He clipped he clipped the edge of the curb. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. He clipped the edge of the curb. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the curb. 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 He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the curb. He clipped the edge of the curb. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the curb with the front tire. With his front tire. Okay. He clipped the edge of the tire of the curb. He clipped the edge of the tire. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the curb. He clipped the edge. He clipped the edge of the tire. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. Okay, let's see. I want to know. Just say that again, okay? Listen. I practice my English. Hot brown sick risk or air. I said sequel. Cow. I'm practicing my language. You just listen and say that again, okay?
Of course, I'm here to listen. Please go ahead with your practice, and I'll repeat it back to you.
To hear something with or someone with a short, sharp movement. No. Say that again. To hear something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. Continue. I'm practicing my language. You just listen and say that again, okay?
Absolutely. Go ahead and practice your language. I'm here to listen, and we'll repeat it back to you.
To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He snapped the edge of the curb with his front tire. Say that again.
You mentioned two things. First, two handsome men, and second, someone with a sharp movement who snapped the edge of the curb with his front tire.
Two things. First, two handsome men. Mention the two things. First, two handsome men. And second, someone naked. See that. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. Just say that again, okay?
To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire.
Say that again.
To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire.
Say that 2 times, okay?
To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire.
Say that 3 times.
To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire. To hit something or someone with a short, sharp movement. He clipped the edge of the curb with his front tire.
It's really nice.
Everybody is often used informally to mean everybody or everyone. It's a more casual, sometimes colloquial way of speaking. If you have a specific context in mind or need more information, feel free to share.
Okay. A small object.
Great. If you have any more questions or need further assistance, just let me know. I'm here to help.
Another practice. Listen. A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. A short part of a movie or television program. Just say that again, okay?
A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip, a short part of a movie or television program.
Say that 2 times.
A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip, a short part of a movie or television program. A small object usually made of metal or plastic used for fastening things together or holding them in position. These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip, a short part of a movie or television program.
The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. Just say that again.
These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip.
Say that again and again.
See you there, Joachim and Joachim.
Say those words there again, okay?
See you there, Joachim and Joachim.
Say those my words again, okay?
Yes, those are your words. See you there, Joachim and Joachim. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss or practice?
No, I mean that my another practice words, okay? Just say that again.
I understand now. You want me to repeat your previous practice words? These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. Just say that again and again.
These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. These wires were fastened together with a plastic clip.
The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. Just say that again.
The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip.
3 times again.
It seems like you didn't say anything. If you have more to add or another question, feel free to share. I'm here to help.
Say my words 3 times again, okay?
The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip. The wires were fastened together with a plastic clip.
Correct.
Great. If you have anything else you'd like to practice or discuss, just let me know. I'm here to help.
Okay, another practice. I've searched my height, but there's no sign of it anywhere. There was no sign of knife in the building. There seemed to be no one in it. Beanie's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. Say that again.
I've searched my head, but there's no sign of it anywhere. There was no sign of life in the building. There seemed to be no one in it. Vinny's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm glad you're satisfied.
I'm glad you're satisfied.
If you have more to practice or any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to help.
Nice, nice. Okay, in other words, I've searched my head. I've searched my hat. I've searched my hat. Head. I've searched my hat. But there's no sign of there's no sign no sign of it anywhere. There was no sign of knife in the building. There seemed to be no one in it. No one in it. Beanie's work at school had shown signs of improvement this year. Other practice. Connecting. Another practice. I've searched okay.
Sure, go ahead with your practice. I'm here to listen and assist.
I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Beanie's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. Just say that again.
I've searched for my height, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Vinny's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year.
Say that again.
I've searched for my height, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Vinny's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year.
Say 2 times.
I've searched for my height, but there's no
There's
sign of
no
it
sign
anywhere.
of it.
Vinny's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year. I've searched for my height, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Vinny's work at school has shown signs of improvement this year.
I've searched for my height. Okay. Height. Can you say that again? Height. Hat. Practice another one. I've searched for my hat. Not hate.
Sure. Please continue with your practice or provide the full sentence you'd like me to repeat. I'm here to assist you.
I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. Just say that again, okay?
I've searched off of my head, but there's no sign of it anywhere.
Head. I've searched off of my head, but there's no sign. Yeah. Can you practice head higher? Tire. hate, 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 hate. Okay. Random. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat. 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 Incorrect. Incorrect words. A word with incorrect. And practice height.
Height, height, height,
Height.
height,
Height. Height. Hat. 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 You can separate. And practice a word. Height. Hat. Can you separate that two words?
Sure, you're practicing the word height. Here it is separated. Height, height.
Height. Height. Ha. Hat. 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 And practice a word. Just a word. Hat. 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 Not height. Can you understand that?
Yes, you're practicing the word hat, emphasizing the difference from height. Here it is. Hat. Hat. You're focusing on the pronunciation of hat, not height. Is that correct?
Let me think.
Take your time. If you have any questions or need further clarification, feel free to ask. I'm here to help.
Feel free to ask. Hat. You are practicing the word hat. 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 Here it's hat. Okay. Practice another one. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of anything.
I've searched off on my hat. If there's anything more you'd like to add or practice, just let me know.
Practice the words, okay? Begin. I've searched my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign of it anywhere. You just say that again.
I've searched for my height, but there's no sign of it anywhere. If you have more to practice or any questions, feel free to continue.
Practice just a word. Height. Height. Not height, you know. You understand that? Height. Height. Height.
Yes, I understand. You're practicing the word height, emphasizing the correct pronunciation. Here it is. Height. Height. Not hat or anything else. Is that right?
Height. 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 and practice a word, just a word. Height, not height. Can you understand that mean?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
And practice just a word. Height, not height. Can you understand that?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
And practice my word. A word. Height, not height. Can you understand that?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
Oh, shit. Height. I've searched for my height. Search for GPT-4. I've searched for my height. And practice a word, just a word. And practice just a word, and because I understand that height is I'm speaking correct.
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
Okay, is your service in?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
Your search service is that normal?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
Shit. My source is correct. Search for my hat. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat. I've searched for my hat. Collecting. Okay, correcting. I've searched for my hat, but there's no sign. There's no sign of it. Is your service correct?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4. Please try again later.
Your service is failed. That right?
You have reached the message cap for GPT-4.
Ah! Shit.
Please try again later.
Okay. Let's get over it. Okay.
People who are living